they're all tucked in.
Do we want to then go this way?
Oh, you can't. He's taped it down on purpose. These people were moving it. Okay.
Just for now.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to be in the picture? Yes?
Okay.
Come on.
I love.
Thank you. So give Mama Susie for picture. Okay? You take Susie off for picture.
What does she call that?
Susie.
Susie. Okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, here, maybe stand in front. I'll stand on the end. Oh, there, here we go. So turn this way.
Go here.
Like this, there we go. We're good. Okay, Laura, look. Okay, we pick it up in a minute. We pick it up
aren't
in a
you
minute,
good?
okay? Okay.
Put my shoulders back.
Are we good?
Getting round shoulders.
Okay, look.
Yes.
Pull yourself together.
Thank you.
One more? Okay.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
cheesing. One more cheese.
Did it go away? Okay. Thank you.
She's saying cheese.
Oh,
That was so sweet.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh, that was so sweet.
Yeah. Okay, here, pick up the Christmas ornament. Wow. Well, it was so nice seeing you all.
See you, yes.
I just saw you on the boat going to the island.
Yeah. Well, I think Sophie's got on the agenda to plan a meeting for early January. Yeah. So, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing. So, yeah. I don't know what everybody else is doing. Okay. There we go. Okay, watch out. There's lots of people here. Here we go.
Could we trouble you to take a picture of us?
Maybe she's got a better phone. She's got a better phone.
We're just stand up here and look
A little bit.
We're gonna have to turn this way a little. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Come in. I'll come in. And if we don't fit, maybe I'll come in behind you.
Can you see us?
Okay, should I hang up with you? I can't hear her though. Okay.
Who's flying?
Sure. Okay, bye.
Okay, hang on. Okay, my top is fine. Okay.
Try that. See how you like it.
I can hear everyone else around you, but not you.
Oh, looking good. As good as it's gonna get.
Don't go anywhere. Apparently.
We should try and get the table
Hey, I still have vanity. Come on.
Yes.
Can we get another one? Let's do another
I
one.
can hear everyone else laughing.
Susie.
Another one.
Yeah.
We need to get the table now.
Why don't we kind of aim this way?
Somebody needs one more, actually.
I'm sorry. We're gonna. Oh, well, I guess wherever she's gonna stand here. I'm gonna try to get this way a little bit. Okay, so how do I do this?
I was a side flash on occasion.
Okay, hang on. Okay,
I
there
have
we
to
go.
be Arlene's photo bomber.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's better this time.
Yeah, these are there you go.
Look, you put the hand.
That's better. Thank you.
We just needed
Thank
Pixie
you.
in there.
Yes. Perfect.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Good morning, everyone. I've just had an announcement. If everyone from BC could head out to the stairs, we will be retaking the photos. Thank you very much.
I'm taking over now. MC. Wait, where are we going to sit? One more.
Who's coming? We're waiting for Auntie Kathy. Should we here maybe so we can get the sign in? You want to get that in there?
Can you get it in there?
Yeah.
What's the smile?
Good lighting up here.
I'll send them out.
Okay. Are you about to start?
Yeah, we're about to start.
We'll get a...
How's my voice? I'm losing my voice. Good morning, you bunch of mischief goddesses. I'm actually going to tell you the history behind that kind of statement. So my teacher, Cindy Gaudette, always says that. That's where I learned that from. And this one particular day, I had so much work to do, and I was so tired, and I come thumping into her office in huge winter boots. It's freezing, it's snowing, and then I walk into her office, and she's sitting there, and she looks at me, and she says, "Hello, you mischief goddess." And when she said that, I was like, I can do anything today. Okay, so we're going to start with an opening prayer from Stella.
Au tansi kahkeo keo mio kiksi pau ano toma kahkeo ota skuiwa kapini pau to kemio chigistanao mo chigistanao tapui did we have fun? How abses ngaim han oma kamio se kanotaski omota kapitohtia Misuite ohte omakap matsia. How nohtawi hitmanato kispenomata piwichia kitansak kituasim sak suite ohte kapitohti taota kamiasik aski tamiaya ya komakayas tipmatsia komakap kaki kiwiya Tamiutihiak mina maskausiak umakag kigoy kapik skuihtamak the nagatimiak. Our Creator, with great humbleness and respect, we ask for your presence here in this beautiful territory of the Ashnabi and Algonquin people. We humbly ask for our grandparents, our grandmothers, and grandfathers to be with us, and our ancestors from the four corners of the earth to be here and look after us as we go home. Your voice we hear in the winds, and your breath gives us life and all things life. We are thankful that we are able to do these beautiful things of our Métis grandmothers, our grandmothers, our mothers, our aunts and sisters, that were able to share some of their culture and language with some of their daughters, and we're thankful that they were able to come here and share some of the things and the good work that they're doing for our future. We humbly ask for strength, energy, and the patience to do the things that we are continuing to do, the energy that we need. We also would like special prayers and thoughts for our friends and families that are suffering and going through difficult times, to give them hope and comfort and the energy and the strength they need to continue on and share their thoughts and energy with us, and hope we can help them all. We ask for these special blessings. Knaskum tanan, migut, hi, masicho, thank you. Knaskum tanan.
Thank you, Stella. So we're going to start our morning off with the LFMO Indigenous Health Legislation Recommendations and Anti-Indigenous Racism in the Healthcare System presentation and feedback with Victoria Pruden. Let's welcome Victoria.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful time, and welcome to our last morning together. And I'm going to try to keep you energized and awake about Indigenous health legislation. Can I get the slides up, please, to our tech team? Okay, thank you so much. I also, just before I get going on the health legislation, I just want to say how wonderful it's been to be with all of you. And I want to just recognize my family members, Carrie and Roz, who are here. It's been amazing to be able to spend time with you. And thank you for introducing me to our cousin Brenda. Okay, so this morning's presentation is going to give you a little bit of insight about how LFMO engages on important topics like the co-development with the Government of Canada about Indigenous health legislation. This is a very important priority for all of us, for our families, for ourselves, and for our nation, our Métis Nation. Okay, so in your packages that you received at the conference, you'll have received this very important report about Indigenous health legislation recommendations that came from our Métis sisters and 2S LGBTQIA+ people from across the Métis motherland. I would really encourage you to take the time to have a look at it. The recommendations are all summarized towards the end of the report, but we're going to hit some highlights today. Okay, so our purpose in doing these engagements was to come up with, many, many recommendations, be able to see themes, and be able to present our most important priorities in terms of health legislation, health needs, health services, and addressing anti-Indigenous racism from a Métis women's and 2S LGBTQIA+ perspective. So in terms of our research methodologies, we couldn't bring people together in person because of COVID-19, the global pandemic. So we had a number of virtual engagements. We had a national engagement where we had women from all over the motherland together, and we hosted specific engagements for British Columbia, for Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. So we brought women together, we asked them a series of targeted questions and had discussions about priorities. What was the most important thing for Métis women and 2S people in terms of the Government of Canada and the development of this legislation and the specific inclusion of Métis-specific priorities. So in terms of the onboarding, what we did was we used our partnerships with Métis women serving organizations in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario to try to spread the word that these engagements were happening. And as always, we advertised on social media to be able to engage people and invite them to participate in these important discussions. In terms of accessibility, if women or 2S LGBTQIA+ people could not attend one of the virtual sessions, we made space for them to be able to email, to be able to have one-to-one conversations with us, and be able to provide feedback. In terms of barriers, everyone has a varying comfort level in terms of virtual participation. Sometimes we get called on a lot and can experience Zoom fatigue, as I'm sure many of us have over the past couple of years. Sometimes technology is a barrier, and it's difficult for us to deal with, but we do the best that we can. In terms of other limitations, we were trying to accommodate people as best we could. Camera participation, being on camera in terms of the engagements, was optional. We could utilize the chat function if people wanted to express something that they didn't feel that they could say out loud. And then, of course, being able to gather information from people in other ways. Okay, so I want to talk about Weaving Muskotaha for a moment. I think everyone had an opportunity yesterday to take a look at that report. There are many, many related recommendations in Weaving Muskotaha. And the health priorities that we articulated in that research and that report are also reflected and mirrored in terms of what we heard in the Indigenous health legislation engagements. So we made a recommendation in Weaving Muskotaha about the development of a Métis Nation Healing and Wellness Center, or multiple centers. We talked in Weaving Muskotaha about Jordan's Principle and about how necessary it is for us to try to advocate for the inclusion of Métis children and Métis youth in terms of being able to utilize Jordan's Principle. We also talked about the need for Métis-specific victim services and healing supports. We also talked about how vitally important it is that within the Métis Nation that we continue to develop and provide mental wellness and healing services, counseling, those types of supports. And of course, President Cassidy Caron, President Melanie Omenaho have both talked about how extremely important it is that we continue to advocate for Métis extended health benefits across our Métis nations. So it emerged that there were several themes that came up in the engagements that we did. And of course, one of them is about transforming health service delivery for Métis people. We need to make sure that health professionals and health service providers have anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination training, cultural safety training, that the points of service within Canada's healthcare system become safer for our people to get the quality of healthcare that they need. We need to definitely continue to advocate to address gender parity and gender bias in the healthcare system. We need Métis-specific programs and services. We need to be able to collaborate within the existing health system structures in a way that's safe and effective for Métis people. And of course, we need to continue to partner with governments and other research institutions in terms of continuing to develop Métis-specific research, Métis-specific data. It's of prime importance to us so that we can constantly be updated about what the health needs, concerns, trends are in terms of Métis people in Canada. Another theme that emerged is sustainable and predictable funding, of course. If we're going to be building Métis-specific healthcare services, we need long-term, sustainable, reliable funding to be able to support our people in getting the healthcare that they need. Of course, the Métis Extended Health Benefits Program. We definitely need to look at Métis social determinants of health, which impact everything, and look at the ways that we can kind of de-silo what happens in terms of services for Métis people. We know that things like, housing, education are all linked to our health, of course. And one of the things that came up again and again was looking at healthcare services that are wellness and prevention-based instead of just responding as a reactionary healthcare system. We need something that is proactive, that looks at building wellness and investing in prevention. Okay, so here are some high-level highlights from our consultation. So in the consultations, we did talk about the story of Joyce Echaquan, the terrible tragedy that happened that was definitely linked to horrific anti-Indigenous discrimination. So we were able to have really vital conversations with women and to us LGBTQIA+ people. So one of the priorities that came through was investment in Métis curriculum, course development, training for service providers, with follow-up, to continue to assess whether the training, the learning, the cultural safety, and the understanding is taking place. Training programs have to be evaluated on an ongoing basis by Métis communities, elders, and knowledge keepers to ensure that the training is making a difference to Métis families who are accessing frontline services. We also talked a lot about how important it is that people working in the healthcare system are reflective of our Métis Nation populations. So making that investment in terms of healthcare educations, supporting and funding Métis students who want to work in Canada's healthcare system, and how important that is going to be in terms of transforming the services that our people receive. Developing a formalized complaints process, like an ombudsperson, a complaints, a reporting process, so that when people experience the kind of tragic anti-Indigenous racism that Joyce Echaquan experienced, that we have some accountability mechanisms there. Okay, so some of the other recommendations which came through, resourcing transportation, accommodation, and emergency funding, including housing and shelter opportunities for Métis women and gender diverse people who are experiencing domestic violence. Ensure that funding is accessible and set aside for mothers who are pursuing healthcare careers, and ensure that childcare is available so it supports their participation and that investment in their careers in healthcare. Ensuring that Métis gender and sexually diverse people's health, their reproductive and wellness needs are recognized and respected, including family planning. to us LGBTQI plus people receive supports in chosen medical therapy and surgical procedures. This must include culturally safe and affordable fertility treatment, prenatal care, and access to Métis midwives and doulas. And we heard from Christina yesterday about some of the amazing work that's going on in Saskatchewan. We can see this happening. And so it's a priority for us to continue to invest in advocacy, research, and pushing forward those programs that support fertility, birthing, and a return to Indigenous midwifery and doula practices. Okay, as we talked about previously and as we heard from Tara yesterday, we need to make sure that we have more access and increasing access to Métis-specific mental health and emotional well-being supports. We also need to continue to advocate to make sure that Métis culture, our traditions, ceremonies, spiritual practices are seen as medicine, that strengthening our identity is an important part of our mental wellness, our mental health, and our well-being. And making sure that we advocate as much as possible for those traditional ways of supporting Métis people, that they're seen on a compatible level with Western mental health and wellness practices. Okay, and we need to continue, of course, to prioritize and fund Métis women's health research, women's health outcomes. We need, you know, it's kind of a thing, you know, Métis women hold so much that often our own health priorities come after our children, our families, the people that we're taking care of, the communities that we support. So we really need to encourage women to be proactive about the management and investment in their own health. Okay, and one of the last highlights from our report is that, again, I think it's the fourth time I've said it, we really need to encourage and support and advocate alongside our governing members and Métis leaders at all levels in terms of making sure that, you know, we get the investment, we get the commitment for Métis extended health benefits. It's one of the top priorities in our nation, and so we definitely heard that echoed throughout this research. So that is a very quick, you know, overview about the health legislation research that we did. I realize that our time is quite short. Today we have a lot of sessions that we need to fit in. So we've got just a couple of minutes. If there are any comments or reflections, do we have a mic runner? Okay, I'm versatile like that. I noticed that Kathy Boston has her hand up, so I'm just going to walk over there.
Hi, we grandmothers been sitting here talking, and the one thing we notice that is missing is elder abuse. It is something that is happening, and it's happening by family members in workplaces, and it's not being addressed, and it should be addressed. If you want to keep our knowledge and stuff, you have to keep us safe, and that's not addressed, and I really think it should be. It's an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments?
Thank you, Carmen Carrier, Métis Nation, BC. Just a question. So when you were talking about the Métis extended health benefits, I totally agree with that. I've had an experience with my family where I had to travel with a child out of province for healthcare, and the provincial government in BC only covers healthcare costs associated while you're in hospital. So would this be something we would envision that would be run federally by like the MNC, like a governing? I know it's not a service delivery, but when we're talking about those extended benefits, I'm sure I'm not the only family where we will have to have people that will cross province for healthcare.
So in terms of the discussions that I've been a part of with our Métis Health Directors and the Métis National Council, I do believe the advocacy and the moving forward and, you know, the budget asks are moving forward on a governing member by governing member basis. So it wouldn't be something that would be like a national, you know, in terms of the work that's taking place right now. Great question.
Hi, Virginia LaCroix from Saskatchewan. So you made a good point about Métis health data, and it's, in my experience, very limited. Governments have not collected a lot of Métis specific health data. Most of what we have, we've done ourselves. So I was just wondering, because in Saskatchewan, when your treaty, you have an R on your card. Is that something that we're looking for Métis, so we can start collecting some of that specific health data so we can start looking at programs?
That's a really good question, and I don't know if anyone from BC wants to comment on the health data matching that's taking place in that province, but they were able to, through a number of governance processes, get the approval of Métis Nation citizens to be able to have their Métis Nation citizenship linked to their personal health number. There's a number of protocols that keep people's identities safe. However, they are able to extrapolate Métis data as a result of that agreement. And of course, any Métis Nation citizens that didn't want to participate in that health data matching had the opportunity to opt out. So again, as part of the Métis Nation health table, it's definitely discussions that all of the health directors and governing members are having, and we're at varying levels of progress, depending on the provincial government. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Angel, I'm on my way. Okay, good. Thanks.
Hi, Victoria. So first, can you read us a bedtime story next time? Just a few things. I just wanted to ask if in healthcare benefits, if things like dental and eye care and prescriptions would be included in that. I know in the colonial systems, they're often, for some reason, not counted as the rest of our bodies.
What a good question. I know in the discussions that we have been having at the health tables, we're looking at a similar extended health program similar to what they have in the Northwest Territories for Métis citizens, which is a full extended health benefits program that has paramedical, dental, prescriptions. That's certainly, I think, what people are visioning, looking at, and what people are asking for sure.
And my other one is more of a comment. So for gender diverse people, I just want to make it clear that while I think chosen medical procedures is a fair statement, I also think that it needs to be clear that gender affirming surgeries and treatments are mandatory to cover, because it is not a it's not something that people choose as I'm trying to think of the wording. Yeah, it's not elective. It's integral to our health and our wellness, especially because there's such high rates of suicide among 2S LGBTQI plus people. Oh, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much for articulating that message again. Okay, I'm just going to go over to President Melanie.
So I'm going to throw my 10 cents in here because I need each and every one of you to help me. I think it's time for us to stop reaching for this thing called the health benefits that First Nations people have, because they're really poor. And actually, we want our own health benefits program that does include dentures, dentists, eyeglasses, all those things that are not covered But you know what? Our Métis Nation governments need to start thinking outside of the box. There are insurance companies where they could buy into plans and use our health resources to buy our own health benefits program. They want to be a government. It's time now.
Okay, I think everyone that wanted to speak has had an opportunity, so I want to thank you so much for your attention. Okay, one more comment and then we'll wrap it up.
I just want to piggyback off the back of what President Omenio has said. I think that we need to push at our local governments as well. You know, if you've got, as they say in Métis Nation BC, 23,000 registered citizens and 90,000 claiming, that's quite a number. And I say to our governing body, there's insurance agencies out there, private insurance agencies that would love to have our money. So I think it's doable, and I think it's something that we should all be working on.
Thank you so much, Pixie. Okay, Kinanas Kumtanawao, thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, so next we have changing the tides. And Nina isn't able to make it today, so Lisa's going to talk about it, and we also have a video.
My favorite days put into one. It's Go Skateboarding Day, and it's Indigenous Peoples Day.
Hold.
Can you hear me? Oh, got the thumbs up from the back. Apparently, I'm not allowed to stand behind the podium because nobody can see me. I'm built for economy, not for speed. So the next project that I'd like to speak with you about is our Changing the Tides project. Many of you will remember our initiative that we launched in 2018 called She is Indigenous, where we featured many, many women across the motherland, First Nation, Métis, Inuit, really to help the general population to understand Indigenous women, not from a deficit lens, but from the positive contributions that they make to Canadian society and the power and the strength behind each and every one of us. So we've featured, featured many women on our campaign. We did an original 15 videos, I believe, and then I think about 375 women on our social media channels thus far, just acknowledging the work. And I just want to pause for a moment and recognize a team member for all their effort. I'd like to point out Tamsin Fitzgerald has done a phenomenal job of keeping that campaign going and doing the write-up of all our women. So realizing that campaign was hugely successful, and it's used as a wise practice in talking to people about gender-based violence in a positive way, in a strength-based way. And you'll see all LFMO work is based on a strength-based platform. But we know we didn't quite hit the mark on everything with She is Indigenous. And we realized, as we do with other projects, that there's always room for improvement with the feedback we receive. So we understood fully that She is Indigenous was too gendered. And so we sought funding to continue the project to ensure that the project was more inclusive of gendered identity. So we are in the process of developing the next iteration of She is Indigenous. We have actually changed the title from She is Indigenous to Ready to Learn, because I think all of us need to learn not just about women, but all persons of various gender identities. So we have gone out, I think we have 15 more videos in the preparation phase. And we'd like to share just a peek into one of the videos that is currently in production. It is not quite complete yet, but it's nearing completion and will be ready to launch very shortly. And we'd like to show our feature video that we've begun on one of our wonderful Métis people, Chantal Fiola. Please.
Two of my favorite days put into one. It's Go Skateboarding Day and it's Indigenous Peoples Day. So today I wanted to have an event in the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation.
Sorry, this is Rose.
Rose Rinsquest.
No, please go ahead. I just announced it wrong.
Proudest moments were the publication of my books, marrying my wife in our Weedigewin ceremony, and the birth of our daughter. And those are all connected. They're part of my larger commitment to Métis spiritual resurgence and to clear space and a path for Two-Spirit Métis people. My name is Chantal Fiola. I am Michif, Red River Métis. I am an associate professor in the Department of Urban and Inner City Studies at the University of Winnipeg, where I was also named the Distinguished Indigenous Scholars Chair. I chose to pursue Indigenous studies because it answered a lot of the questions that I had about why society is the way it is. And then it was through higher education that I met Métis elders and I started going to the Métis Lodge. There are a lot of stereotypes about Métis people, Métis identity, and our relationships with religion and spirituality. And probably the most widespread stereotype is that all Métis people are Christian. I've been trying to gently encourage the recognition that not all Métis people go to church, or some of us go to church and go to ceremonies. And there's lots that we can do to recognize and encourage each other's healing journeys.
Hello, my name is Nikki Furland. I'm a Two-Spirit Métis woman. I come from the Lorette and St. Vital communities, and I live now in Winnipeg with my wife and daughter. Chantal and I were both raised in Catholic families, but that itself did a lot of harm to us, especially as like Two-Spirit queer women growing up in the church. It was very difficult. It felt, you know, like it was scary to be different.
The teaching that she does here around Two-Spirit people and the different intersections of queer identities and indigeneity makes a huge difference because there was a lot of homophobia that came out of the colonization process.
I didn't really come out until I moved to Winnipeg at the age of 17. And then when I did come out, my mother reacted really poorly because she had internalized like harmful messages from the church and from government, from the justice system, the medical system. Thankfully, my mom has really come around over the years to the point where in our Weedigewin, which is traditional Métis wedding ceremony, it's actually the mothers that walk their children down the aisle. Living a ceremonial life is everything to me. I'm really blessed to have found my life partner. My wife is also committed to ceremonies.
It's sort of become this daily practice. I'll pray with tobacco and we smudge in our house really often. We've made the choice to raise our daughter with this life. From the moment that she was born, we did the feet touch the earth ceremony and the placenta burial and the umbilical cord burial, and we've really paid a lot of attention to Métis' ceremonial journey.
Being a member of the local Two-Spirit community gives my life meaning, helps me understand that I have a responsibility to use the gifts that I carry or to share that with others.
I was working for a professor at University of Manitoba, and I was just starting to figure out who I was as a Métis person, as a queer person, and my advisor gave me Chantal's book, and it changed my life, actually.
She really stands up for what she believes in, and she really engages with people so like carefully and thoughtfully, but also really strongly.
If I could tell queer Indigenous youth one thing, it would be you are exactly as you are meant to be. Even if it doesn't feel like that right now, even if you feel lonely, your community is waiting for you. And there's this beautiful resurgence movement that's happening.
So that's just one of 15 videos coming out of our new project that we're so proud to be able to deliver. I would like to finally acknowledge the work of our contractor, Spruce Creative. They're very respectful. It's actually an Indigenous-owned company, and we've worked a lot with them. So I would like to acknowledge our hard work and dedication to ensuring these very highly amazing projects come to fruition. So keep an eye open for the videos on our social media channels. Ready to Learn will also include a toolkit on how to use the videos back in your community. So keep watching. We're really proud of this.
Great. And next up, we have Métis Women's Experiences on Climate Change Across the Motherland by Brianna Greer. Brianna has a double bachelor's degree in political science and global and international studies from UNBC. Oh, no. Oh, I got it. Okay. She is Métis and has lived in northern British Columbia her entire life. Through personal life experiences and academic research, she strives to educate people on northern issues. Brianna has focused her research and advocacy on Indigenous rights, natural resources, and various other issues with importance to the North. And Brianna's going to join us via Zoom.
Can everyone see me? All right. Testing. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear anything from the team, so I'm gonna share my screen again, and I will put it in presentation mode first. Sorry, technology. There we go. Tansei. Good morning, folks. Nia Brianna Greer. I am here today to talk to you about my research that I am doing. It's about Métis women's experiences of climate change. So today I am going to do an interactive session with you all, and it's about exploring Métis experiences together in community. So who I am, they gave a little bit of a bio, but I am a member of the Métis Nation of British Columbia, and I'm really passionate about helping my nation and learning more about my culture. I grew up in Terrace, BC. Sorry, just making sure it's working, and it is all good. Okay. I grew up in Terrace, BC, did my schooling in Prince George, and now I reside full-time in Prince Rupert while I finish up my master's. Yeah. So here is a brief overview. You don't need to read all of it in detail. I'm just talking about some of the basic overviews of my project. So my research questions that I'm looking to answer from talking to Métis women is, how do Métis women describe their relationships with climate change and its impacts? How do Métis women experience climate change physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, looking at the full perspective with the medicine wheel. And the last question is, what can Métis women contribute to climate change related knowledge and planning, and what kinds of supports and resources do we need? So one of the reasons that I chose this type of project is because there isn't a lot of data out there in the academic field, that is, of how Métis women are impacted. So that's why it's really important for me to look at this. And statistically speaking, Indigenous peoples are disproportionately affected by climate change, so I wanted to see how that would be Métis specific. My study area is with women across the whole Métis Nation, and I'll be conducting interviews with about 20 to 30 women, hopefully getting some volunteers from here. I'll get Sydney to do a sign-up sheet later, which would be in early winter, January, February, depending when my ethics committee officially approves my project. So that is the basics of this. I know we only have about a half an hour, so I will just go to the next parts. So I talked about this reaching out to Métis women, tentatively planning to conduct my research in the winter, and I am doing preliminary gatherings to inform my research design. I attended the LFMO Youth Climate Gathering in September and got some feedback, and now I can't wait to get feedback from you. So my intentions are to learn more about my identity while doing this project and filling gaps within the literature for gender and climate change and being able to represent our voices. So now I will get you all to look at the papers that are on your tables. I'm going to ask Sydney now to be my runner. We need 5, there's groups of 5, so one table is number 1, one table is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So she'll split you up, saying whether you're table 1, table 4, etc. And on your pieces of paper, I'm going to get you to draw a medicine wheel. And it doesn't have to look specifically like this. We just need you to identify the mental, the spiritual, emotional, and physical. So I'll give a few minutes, and when she gives me the thumbs up, I'll go to the next slide. Okay. Yes, please, Sydney. If everyone, you can dish out the numbers 1 to 5. I'll go to the next slide so maybe you can see what it looks like. So table 1 would be the individual. Table 2 is community level. Table 3 is corporations. Table 4 is government institutions. And table 5 is the Métis homeland and Métis governance. So I'll explain that further in detail once the numbers are dished out. It's all good. So,
Okay,
this exercise.
hello, Brianna. This is Melanie Omenhio. I know you don't, because you're not here, you don't know how our room is set up, so kind of what you're asking them to do isn't a possible thing. So I am going to intervene and tell, we have a pile of tables, and each one of them has anywhere from 5 to 8 women sitting at them. So there are 4 categories that she talks about. And what I suggest that you do is you just, at your table, you decide on a category and just go with it. And Brianna, there's over 200 women here, so you will get lots of feedback, and thank you.
Perfect. Sorry, it's also hard. I can't see the chat button with IT when I'm in presentation mode and can't see the group of ladies, all of you. So, perfect. So this one is just a warm-up exercise, and the next one as well. The third one, which is the last one, will actually be informing my research. So this is just to get your brain thinking and using the medicine wheel for climate change. So I'll give about 5 minutes for this first one. So using the medicine wheel, how would climate change impact the following? So if you choose to be table 1, you're going to look at the individual. So how is climate change impacting people's spiritual, emotional, physical, and sorry, I'm missing the last one. Spiritual, emotional, physical, and mental aspects. So some of these you have to think outside of the box, like corporations and other ones, but there are things for every quadrant to think of. So I'll let you all get to that. And then when we get to the very end, we can have maybe 1 or 2 groups come up and talk if they would like, if we have time. we have one more minute for this one. If you want to start wrapping up your thoughts, one more minute. Okay, folks, we're going to wrap it up and come back to the next question. So whatever number you had this time, you're going to keep that number, please. So this one was recognizing our impacts that we have. And the next slide is about imagining our actions. So all of those things that were impacting individual community and such forth, how can those people, community corporations, make change in their regular day to help better climate change? And that's using, again, the full perspective of the medicine wheel, looking at spiritual, emotional, physical, and mental. So that one, I'll give you another 5 minutes as well, because the last one is the one we want to spend most of our time on. we're at the 1 minute mark. If we can start wrapping up our thoughts. Okay, folks, we're going to bring it back to the room now. While we started planting the seed, while we recognized our impacts in the first one, imagined our actions, now what we're going to do is spend 20 minutes looking at planting the seeds. So instead of 5 groups, there's going to be 3 groups, so just choose if you're going to be 1, 2, or 3. And so these are my actual research questions. And what we're going to do is to use the medicine wheel to break down these questions into smaller questions and themes. So the way it works in research and academia at the universities, you have these overarching questions that you need answered. And the way to do that is you ask smaller questions in interviews. So, for example, number 1 is, how do Métis women describe their relationships with climate change and its impacts? If that could be broken down into smaller questions and themes, so that's what we're working on right now. If anyone has any questions, they can ask Sydney, but we're going to spend, and she'll tell me, and we're going to spend the next 20-ish minutes, and I'll let you out on your break on time. And this will directly be impacting how I'll be wording my research interview questions when I do interview people in January.
she's got a little horn to get through now. She's always up to that one.
Oh my God.
Sydney?
Hello, folks. We're just going to do the last minute of wrapping it up, and then we'll be collecting these to the note takers so I can get all your results. So one more minute to wrap it up, and then if you could label them either number 1, number 2, number 3 for which order, like the first medicine wheel, second medicine wheel, third medicine wheel, just so we know which ones are for which. Thank you.
Brianna, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I really want to thank you for coming. These ladies have had an amazing week here, a very busy, busy week. And I know that they appreciate having input. And I think that any of them that want to do interviews with you will get a hold of Sydney, and we'll get as much feedback to you as possible. And we really thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to I'll just finish up my slide. So I just wanted to say thank you all for collaborating in this garden with me, helping me imagine actions, planting seeds, and watching our garden grow together. So just to think about, we need to look to Indigenous knowledge to learn how to live in this balance, because otherwise we're all going to go over the waterfalls together. And this is a quote by Christy Belfort. So we're all in this together, and thank you so much. On your break, if anyone would like to volunteer to do interviews, they could see Sydney on the break. So thank you.
Thanks, Brianna. So we're back to the hidden agenda, guys. I know we said a break, but just a few things because we've got, so right after the break, we are going to put in the youth thing that we were going to do the other day and kind of got pushed off. We keep throwing that thing on the floor. It slides. But what I want you guys to do is for all the women here who've never received a purple sash, me and the grandmothers are going to sash you for being amazing women at this event. So we will be over here, and we're going to give you a 15-minute break, and then we will come back and do the youth.
You know, Sydney.
blocking the sign. Yay! Thank you. Oh my goodness. We got Tasha's. I know. Can you pour me some, please? Okay.
the whole thing? Or? It's got the mic in there. Don't fall, don't fall. Thank you. Do you want a picture there? Yeah, sure. Let me see quickly. Oh, good. I did lots of options for you. Tell me if you like it. Okay. So yeah, last night a bunch of my friends got back to the room. It's like, oh, I don't care about all of that. These are great. I like looking at pictures and it's like, and then everyone's like, well,
So everybody, I'd like you to know that in case we didn't tell you this, our sashes are never sold. We never barter them. We only gift them to the people who have earned the right to wear them. So each and every one of you, thank you so much for being a part of our sisterhood. So with that, I've got to see, where's all my peeps? Everybody got one, right? No? You were out smoking or what? I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing some of you. So our grandmother will sash you there with Dr. Jackie Maurice. Hi, hi, look at her. So we're going to ask I want everybody that's under the age of 30 to stand up. All the old people, sit down. Look at how beautiful our women are. So just to start with, we're going to start a Métis Bachelorette for the next one of these. And we're going to do it a whole lot more classy than CBS does. So actually, I'd like all of you to come up here, and my team over there is going to bring us a couple of mics. So, and we're going to get some more chairs. So could all of our young women, Métis women, come up to the stage along with my Janice? She's looking at me. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. Yes. Is she under 30?
Yeah, of course. I would hope so. I'm not even 30.
Absolutely. So, what we're going to do is we actually need to get youth more involved. In case none of you have noticed, I'm getting old. And the succession plan is that we need more people involved, and we need younger thoughts and younger expressions. And I keep telling people this, there's a couple of things that I want to say. First off, we need to stop calling these women youth, because people treat them like kids and devalue what they have to offer. And the next part of that is this, is that we need to have a more proactive youth network within LFMO. And so we're going to set it up so that you're not allowed to have her. We're going to set this up so that we're going to ask these women questions, and they're going to answer the questions, but we want to develop a youth council, and this is part of what we're doing as an initiative under Women of the Métis Nation, is for, Tamsin's looking at me going, what is she doing? You never know. Anyway, we have some questions around oh, these aren't the right questions. Where's my questions, Lisa? I have economic inclusion questions. We have some questions that we're going to ask all of you guys. Young Women's Council. Thank you. You see, we all have to change our languages. Words matter. My daughter brought me them up. Thank you so much. That's my daughter, by the way, for any of you that don't know. And one of our grandmothers just sashed her, because even though we said anybody that doesn't have a sash, she didn't come up for her. So she made sure she has one. So we have 6 questions that we're going to ask, and we're going to get you guys. But let's do this so they can sit down and be comfortable. Hey? That one wants to roll away.
Doesn't want.
Okay, we're going to get you some more chairs. Can I get my team to help me bring some chairs up for these amazing young women? Imagine, we could just start our Métis Bachelorette right now. Now, I'm not sure if they're all single or not. We'll have to do some inquiries, but we'll start. Yeah, let's do 2 layers. Lisa, what are you doing? Is that enough? We got to squeeze Miss Bailey in.
She's sitting there?
Where's the rest of my tea? Why are you carrying chairs? Thank you. I think we're pretty good. Is there enough for everybody? Okay, so there's 2 mics. You guys will have to share it. And we're going to ask some questions. Do you notice how they don't want to touch the mic? So we're going to start by asking, what does gender equality look like to you? And I think we're going to start at that end.
Hello. Hello, my name's Olivia. My family names are Carrier and Hamlin, and I'm part of MNBC. I guess gender equality to me means governance being led by women and Two-Spirit people, and returning back to traditional ways of governance where we govern in a circle rather than a hierarchy, and our opinions and values are respected and also appreciated and listened to.
Hi, my name is Bryn. I'm also a member of MNBC, and my family names are Carrier and Hamlin, and I am the older sister of Olivia. Gender equality to me means, I think, young women's leadership and matriarchal systems of governance, the traditional ways of Métis.
Hello, I am Cheyenne Marie Sage, and I'm from the Métis Nation of Alberta. And I think for me, it all kind of starts at representation. We need to, any voice that we're speaking about, we need to have and make sure that it's those specific voices that are in the rooms, because they're the ones that have the firsthand knowledge and experience that they can speak to and then pass on, and that will then trickle down into policy, which is exactly what we need.
Hi, my name's Alexis Wells. I'm from MNBC, Métis Nation of British Columbia. And for me, gender equality would include reaching for even younger girls to build up their confidence to be leaders when they're even younger than us or our age.
Hi, my name's Hope. I'm Métis from the Northwest Territories and Inuit, but live in Toronto. I think mine is summed up best. It can't be about us without us. So people can't make decisions on our behalf without us being in the same room as them. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Tanshi. My name is Annie. I'm from the Rat River Métis settlement in Manitoba. I'm a Gosselin, but I also have La Rivière and La Gimaudière family names. For me, gender equality is returning to our traditional ways, as a lot of these other young women have said, returning to our matriarchal practices. And I guess for me, the major thing is resisting the patriarchal ways that have been opposed onto us, and to be more inclusive and move away from the binary and return to our old ways. So yeah, thanks. Merci.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Ty. You all know who I am at this point. Gender equality for me is that men quit being dirt bags. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, you know what? In my work, gender equality for me means that we hold up Métis women's stories as much as we hold up the stories of the men. So who is Louis Riel's wife? Right? That's gender equality to me.
Clapping with a microphone in my hand. Gender equality to me is just the little thing of like, what?
Your name.
Oh, Bailey Oster. I'm from Métis Nation of Alberta. So I can see my mom like whispering to me. Gender equality to me is just the little thing of like dismantling the patriarchy and colonial ideas of gender, binary, and respecting and valuing women's work and opinions, and putting them on the same level as men's work.
Hi, my name is Celine. I live in Thunder Bay, but my grandma was born in a Rhodolance community near Lestock, Saskatchewan. My family names are Belrose, LaFontaine, Gladue, Villebrun. Gender equality to me, sorry, I feel like I'm in a beauty pageant right now. Gender equality to me means that our grandmother's stories are valued and heard, and not just our ancestors, but our grandmothers that are still with us, and making sure that they have a voice. I know our grandmas talked about elder abuse, and I think that our voices as young women are important, and I think that we can make strong alliances with our elders as well. So, merci.
Hi there, my name is Kayla McDougall. I'm from the Métis Nation of Alberta. My family is from Saskatchewan and Batoche area. Gender equality to me, I would say, is also women supporting women and, overcoming misogyny and, patriarchy and just all the things that we have to face on a daily basis, and supporting each other along the way.
Hi, my name is Olivia. I'm from Port Alberni. I say that we have the same number of women and men at the table and gender diverse people. But as everyone else said, don't speak for us. Let us do our own talking.
I'm Jessica from MMBC, and my names would be Callie Huim Paquette. And something that's really important to me is that when our women are in leadership roles, that they're respected as much as the men in the room. They're not silenced, they're not hushed, they're not told they're this or they're that, or they're not met with surprise when they are in leadership roles. It's just accepted as being normal again, as it was with our ancestors. Thank you.
Tanshe, hello. My name is Brooklyn Chalmers. I'm a member of Mid-Island Métis Nation, and to me, gender equality, I grew up with a Métis woman leader as my Nana, and that was so empowering to see, and I think everyone needs a matriarch like that in their lives, and we need to create more opportunities for our women to step up into those roles because we know they can fill them.
Tanze, my name is Angel Robinson. My family names are Desjardins and Cardinal, with connections to the Red River and Lac La Biche. I traveled here today from beautiful Lekwungen and Saanich territory. My home community is the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria, which is a chartered community of Métis Nation of British Columbia. I'm honored today to be on the territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, as well as the lodging place of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Gender equality to me is first, it's about truth. We often talk about reconciliation, but we cannot have reconciliation without truth. And we need to have reconciliation for our women who have been oppressed by the colonial bodies, but also oppressed within our own communities by the male dominance and misogyny. It begins with hearing the stories of our women and 2S LGBTQI plus people, both in the past and today. It's about making strong policies by hearing the voices of our women and 2S LGBTQI plus people. It's about holding up our youth and our elders. And it's about being accountable to the people that we engage and carrying those voices forward and bringing the visions that our women, our youth, our elders, and our 2S LGBTQI plus people graciously share. Because I think there's no one who knows our communities better than our women and our 2S LGBTQI plus people. And there's no one who is paying more attention to the needs of our community as a whole.
Thank you guys so much.
She didn't get to talk.
Oh, hold on. I said I started over there. I don't know why she
got
didn't
out
start.
of this. I was supposed to be out of my room by 11. It was 11:05. I had to run up there, and I missed the first part of this. And I thought I had got out of public speaking by coming late.
It's not a punishment. It's a
Equality for
privilege.
women. We all get a voice, so I'm happy that the mic was passed to me. Tansei, I'm Maddie Pilon. My family names are Dusam and Brunel and Pilon. Region 6 in Ontario. I missed, as I said, a little bit of this, but everything that my fellow youth and women identifying peers said really speaks to me. I definitely want to hear more stories from women. I love reading books about women, written by women. I like watching movies about Indigenous women, made by Indigenous women. So, and that all starts with equality in the making of these things as well. So, yeah, that's something that I would add. I really like what everyone else said, and I did not expect to public speak today. So, thank you.
Good job. So we're probably going to shorten, not ask all 6 questions, just because we'll probably run out of time. And it isn't that they're not important. Oh, somebody's waving at me.
So I also thought I got out of the public speaking aspect of this. But they found me all the way over here too. So I guess to me, gender equality is exactly this. Going out and finding all people regardless of gender and asking for their opinions and valuing those opinions equally, not putting more weight into one gender's opinion, but to include all genders and have them all at the table.
And finding them even when they're hiding over at another table. Okay, so in saying that, we are going to kind of shorten how many questions, and it isn't that you guys are not the most valuable part of who we are, because you are. But it's just that people will miss their flights if I keep this up with these hidden agendas. Anyway, my next question to you, and this time we're going to start at this end. Have you ever experienced gender-based discrimination? You weren't good enough because you were a girl? Anything like that? No, right here. He'll turn it on.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, and I think like it's definitely something that I face, and especially I'm currently doing my master's right now, and especially in academia, it's been really tricky to even find supervisors that are, first of all, Indigenous women. And if they are there, they're being overrun because the university wants all of this stuff from them. And so it's been really challenging in academia to just always be taught by men, mostly predominantly white, non-Indigenous men. And so that's been one thing that has been very tricky personally. And yeah, I mean, every day, you know, it's not always easy being a woman, and especially for Métis women. Unfortunately, a big part of, and it's not the only part of our experience, but we have faced various challenges and traumatic events just solely because we are women. And unfortunately, that is a common experience, and it's heartbreaking that it's almost like a known fact that it's a part of our experience. And so I just hope that, you know, there's more education for our men as well on how to go back to our traditional ways of valuing the women in our communities, valuing their knowledge, and also like rewriting the history books. Like, I love how they talked about it, and like, you know, the women were such an integral part of our communities, and they were often behind the scenes, unknown. And so we need to like lift their voices and show light on them as well, and just support the women that are doing this awesome work too. And I'm like super proud to be surrounded by other pretty incredible women, Métis women. Yeah, I don't even know what the question was, but here we are. A little tangent. But yeah, I'm just proud of everyone here.
Hi, hello. It's Hope again. I blanked completely, but I think the place that I experienced the most like lateral violence and lateral gender-based violence is in the frontline activism stuff. Because a lot of it is either non-Indigenous men or Indigenous men in the space. And sometimes even the women, I've had them laugh in my face when I'm trying to figure out safety of children and of things and stuff like that. So it's like, we need to be better. We need to do better for each other also, and not only from the white man. We need to decolonize our mindset of thinking about these spaces and that women's voices are very important in this, because things get forgotten if not. And also Two-Spirit people need to be included way more in this, because there's so much lateral violence, just even in language, like pronoun language that people need to update on. And a part of decolonization is finding our old words for Two-Spirit people and bringing that back and giving Two-Spirit people the platform they deserve and that they used to have in our societies. So I think that's important too.
Hi.
So when I was doing my undergrad, I found a couple of things happened. I was unlucky enough to get in one of those classes where you have a professor who will ask a question, and then I would respond, but he wouldn't hear me, and then someone will say the same thing I just said, and he's like, "That's right." So worst. And then also I would bring up Indigenous issues in other political science classes, and I'd have a professor say like, "Oh, I don't know anything about that," and that's just sort of the end of the conversation. So those are some examples in academia.
I think for me, this question inherently makes me think of being really little and growing up in the schoolyard. And it's always kind of in academia or the school realm or sports where I experienced that firsthand. I remember as early as elementary school playing sports or running track and all of the boys on the team saying, "I'm not fast enough, I'll never be as good as them," and always saying these things. And I always took it as a challenge, because for me, I come from a long line of strong women. I was raised by Thelma Chalafu, the first Métis woman senator of Canada. I have my mother to look up to, Auntie Kathy, my Auntie Sharon. So I feel very privileged and blessed that I was raised with this tenacious fighting spirit. And so I always fought back against that and took it as a challenge, and I ran faster than them, and I played harder than them, and I got better grades than them, and that was my way of being resilient. And to this day, it follows me right now, being a master's student at Columbia, writing my memoir. the amount of male peers that say to me, oh, you're writing a memoir, but you're so young, you're only 28, what do you have to offer? And I say, just you wait.
I think for me, a big thing is just microaggressions. I'm a UBC student in my 4th year, and I also work part-time for a women's organization in Vancouver, where we do lots of networking events. I find as a young Métis woman, I'm often not taken seriously because I look young, and people often think I'm 16 when I'm 21, in fact. Recently, part of my work, we go into schools and give workshops on consent. And we were talking a little bit about the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. And I had a old male teacher try to mansplain that to me, and that was really, that really upset me because I was like, I am an Indigenous woman. Like, yes, of course I know what this movement is about. So yeah, I just think that a big thing is definitely just like the microaggressions, and like people don't always realize that. Like, I think sometimes you don't realize it at the time, and then you think about it, and you're like, that's not good. Like, they're looking at me as less than them.
Yeah, I would say for me, probably similar to what everyone has already said. I feel that a lot in like sports, being in soccer, being in academia. I'm also a UBC student. Having a lot of things being male dominated, a lot of mansplaining, a lot of the time. But yeah, I think also what you were saying also is I grew up around very strong women. My mom, Carmen Carrier, my auntie Rhonda, and also growing up around really good men. I have 2 brothers who are really good men. And yeah.
I think that of course I've experienced this throughout my life, but another area that I've experienced it is within myself. It's kind of something that we're trying to push against, but that's ingrained in us as women, that maybe we think that we aren't good enough as a woman or as a young person. Sometimes I don't even catch myself doing it, but I'm like, oh, this older man could probably do it better. And so I need to kind of rethink that as well. And I think part of it and overcoming it is everybody in this room that I've talked to has told me, especially the ladies at the back table there, that I spent a really nice 5 days with, have told me, no, you are in the right place, you are meant to be here. And it means a lot to me, and I think that if you just continue to do that, everybody in this room come up to all of us young people and tell us that we are meant to be sitting up here, it means a lot to us, so thank you.
Okay, hang on, Angel. Give me 1 sec. So we're going to, where's my mic runner? So we're going to do this now. The next 5 people are going to answer this question. It is going to be, and we're starting with her, the one that didn't tell us her name when she taught. What would you like to see LFMO do to increase gender equality for Métis young women?
So I'm gathering that I'm in a lot of trouble for sitting over here.
You're not in trouble.
So my name's Mackenzie Gu Cormier. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. And I think the LFMO is doing so much already. And I'm just so blown away by the whole organization and all these wonderful women who've put these things together that I couldn't even have dreamed of 2 weeks ago. So I think a lot more of the same would be wonderful. Even just if there's a program that we can get in high schools and elementary schools, something we can start up to inform Métis youth when they're even younger, that these things exist, that there's these possibilities just waiting for them. I think that would be amazing.
Wonderful, thank you. Angel?
So I'm going to take a page out of
Her mic's not working.
Hello? So I'm going to take a page out of Melanie's book and go off track for just a second. I just want to acknowledge that when the question was asked if we had faced gender discrimination, every single person said yes in some way. So I just want to ask the group, can you just raise your hand if you have faced gender discrimination in some way or another?
We're all with you.
Yeah. So there are people out there who say that gender discrimination doesn't exist in Canada. And I think everyone raised their hand. The other thing I want to acknowledge that every single person had a story of resistance of that gender discrimination. And I think that's something very valuable. And I can't, as a Two-Spirit person, I want to answer that question as well. I just want to encourage everyone to take a look at the constitutions of your Métis governance and ask yourself if Two-Spirit people are even acknowledged as people in those constitutions. Because I see every man and woman written in most of our legislation and governance papers, and according to those, I do not exist. And that's what I take out of them. So I just want to point that out and ask people to take a look at those and ask, how do we make sure that we are saying that every single person exists, every person has rights, and every person is important to our communities?
Thank you, Angel. She's a powerhouse woman, I'll tell you that. Oh, person. I am so, see, they're educating me because I'm still old and sometimes don't learn that quick. Do you want to go with what would you like to see LFMO to do to increase gender equality for Métis young women? Is that?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to follow that, but this was my first time attending this, and I'd like to say you guys did an amazing job. I am so happy to see everything that you are doing and the hard work that you're putting in. The idea of a youth council that you were talking about, I think that would be awesome to see, and more youth presenters, as well as, I'm drawing blanks right now, but just continue supporting our youth and empowering them with events like these and giving them matriarchs to look up to. Just like all of the hard stories we heard, we also acknowledge all of the empowering parts that got them to where they are on this stage. And this event is one of the empowering parts that I'm able to speak right now. So thank you.
Echoing what everyone has said on this question so far is that I think LFMO already does so much, but I'm 26 and I only found out about LFMO last year. So maybe just more awareness for youth who, again, in schools and as they get into adulthood, like maybe just a little more around awareness and promotion, because I think that would really strengthen membership and involvement. And yeah, thank you.
I think if we travel to different parts of Canada, you might be able to access different youth. Even if you make it into different communities, like travel to a specific community, you might be able to reach more gender diverse individuals, but also more youth that aren't able to travel for whatever reason, and women. And if you even do a men's group at some time, because I'm sure men have experienced stuff as well.
Thank you. The last question that we're going to ask, the last four, and Ashley, I wish we could do this for hours more, by the way, because they just are so amazing. Even when I mess up, and I do apologize, I need to really learn about how to identify and use the proper pronouns. And I want all of you guys to join me. We need to stand by and support our gender diverse community in a much bigger way. Oh, do we have a mic runner? Somebody wants to say something over there.
Hi, Melanie, we always say this, but maybe next time we have a forum, we should put the youth first.
Oh, just hang on. They're not done just yet. We did this pop-up on purpose.
Oh, damn.
Melanie's agenda. So how do we get more Métis youth involved in discussions on gender equality? Those are the question for the last 4, and then I'll tell you about the rest of my hidden agenda.
Hi, so I would say, like other people were saying before, just more awareness with LMFO. Like, this is my first time attending this, and I didn't really know too much about it before either. I had a friend that attended the Youth Environmental Summit, I believe it was, and I heard amazing things from her. So that's kind of how I found out about it. But yeah, just maybe more events with youth, whether that be over Zoom or I know we can't all get together all the time, obviously, but this has been a really great experience and it's definitely empowered me. So I think if we continue to do stuff like this, it'll continue to empower our youth and become stronger women and gender diverse people.
One thing that came up at our table over the week was the idea of having a mentorship program. And I think that's a really great idea. In my family, I come from a line of really strong women, as I'm sure we all do. But for a long time, we were focused on survival. And so it wasn't necessarily, we weren't necessarily engaged in Métis politics or Métis community engagement, I guess. And so I think that being able to learn from other strong Métis women and gender diverse people and having those mentorships available would be really helpful in engaging youth. Yeah, so merci.
So I'm coming from a perspective of someone who works with Métis Nation of Alberta in the youth department, and one thing I would say is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel to connect with Métis youth. Each governing province has some sort of youth network, whether it's a youth department that serves youth directly throughout the province, or it's a youth council. Within the Métis Nation of Alberta, we have a youth department and a youth council. We have youth coordinators in every region of the province. So reaching out and connecting with us, and we would be more than happy to share that information with youth across Alberta, and I'm sure the other provinces would as well. And we already have connections with youth, across the homeland in rural communities who are, difficult to access. So using those networks within the Métis Nation that are already there and not having to, spend that much time and energy and capacity and money to try to reach the youth when they're already being reached. So you can just reach out to me.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stand up. I'm right behind Melanie's butt over here. This is so specific and so many amazing things were said, but I love it when Jean Taillé comes to these things and rewrites mainstream Métis narratives that center men. Like the story of the Battle of Duck Lake about the woman who was washing the floor and things. Anyway, I just love stories about Métis women, that's all.
Hi, sorry, this is unrelated to the question, but I just wanted to, as someone from Manitoba, also express my gratitude to LFMO for allowing us to be here. And it's been really amazing to meet other Métis women from across our homeland. And I'm just happy that we're not letting petty politics divide us. And and a lot of times these are imposed colonial systems of governance as well, so let's not forget that. But I just really want to express my gratitude and merci, and we are really stronger together, so a big thanks. And I hope to see more people from Manitoba come to these events. So yeah, thank you.
So I just want to let you know that when I said I had another agenda, including the young woman from Manitoba over there, you guys all have to put your name, email, and phone number on. We will be contacting you for more you're not off the hook just yet. And Bailey offered herself up already, so we know she's on board. No, and Janice Friedel is the youth coordinator, as she will be touching base. Did you want to say something? She needs a mic over there. So she's standing over there, and we are going to make sure that you guys are more involved. We need to have youth, not youth. We need young, amazing, powerhouse Métis women that have joined the Métis sisterhood, even with their purple sashes today, to be here. So after you guys put your names and stuff on, we'll let you go for the day. But and Ashley, all those things were recorded and taken down, so it isn't like you were speaking to somebody that's going to forget it 5 minutes from now. And I just want to mention this in relationship to the people from Manitoba. You're our family. In spite of what ugly politics may or may not do, you're always welcome here. So I know people have to check out of their rooms, some of you do. I want to do a few housekeeping things. Somebody lost these beautiful earrings. Okay, we found the owner of that. We have a pair of amazing reading glasses here, and they kind of don't look that good on me, because I'd have to wear them like that. Okay, no. They ended up on the floor and were brought to me. And my boss is here. Did I do something bad? Are these your glasses, Lisa? Oh, we also have a pretty little ring that I know Ty has talked to you about before. It has this amazing little stone in it. And it's kind of like copper wire wrapped. It's gorgeous. So look on your pinkies, or Ashley, okay, so this would be my pinky. Look on, for the rest of you on the thing. Oh, yes, Sydney. Kelly, I've got a whole bunch of young women here for you to talk to and do videos with for our REACH project. Pick what you want. Kelly asked me if I could find her young women, and I said, just hang on, I've got something going on. She said, can I find young women who could be on videos and help us promote on TikTok our REACH project? Here they are. So now we're going to make stars out of them. How's that? We have all their names, phone numbers, addresses, email addresses. Perfect. Yuri, you're going to be busy. Anybody own a ring? Were those your glasses? Maddie's. Okay. I'm glad we're able to find all your guys' stuff. So, for those of you, no, I'm a mom. Listen, I've been doing this all my life. Finding things my kids lost. Right, Jan? Now that I'm old enough that they're finding the things that I lose, though, so they're getting even. I want to let you guys know that for those of you that didn't get your expense checks, they're ready. Just go out to the front, and I have 10 names to draw. Right? What? Oh, one sec. Yeah, I've seen her. Okay. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, the other thing I forgot, by the way, she's going to find the names and we have 10 suitcases left. But first off, you guys, for the ones that got the emergency kits yesterday in your swag, there's batteries in those. You should just take the batteries out and put them on in your carry-on. Sorry, guys, and I'm grateful that somebody reminded me to let you guys know that, because those things shouldn't go into the undercarriage of the plane. And what's that? Oh, yeah, take your matches and carry them on too. Yeah, put them in your carry-on bags. So I also want to say this. So apparently, and I do know I've seen her, in the Marriott, there's a woman who's in a wheelchair, and I think she's an amputee actually, but or she's on dialysis, and her house apparently burnt down here in Ottawa. And so what Candy has asked us to say is, if there's things you guys aren't taking back that you didn't want, and I'm going to tell you this, do not give away your gifts if you want them, because we've got other things that we can give. As an organization, I'm a lot better equipped in Ottawa to be able to help her than most of you are. So, but if there are things you didn't want, please bring them here and we will give them to that lady to help her to maybe try to regarner some home for herself. Yes? Well, you know what? That might be a better idea even. So let's see what we can do. Just let us have it, because logistically I have to kind of figure out how to do that. And so that we can make sure that the money gets to where it needs to go. So 10 names. What? Okay, I'm just asking for 15 minutes to try to figure out what. Okay, there's only 6 left, sorry. We were holding off with the last few because we knew that people's names were called, and if they were coming for them late, we didn't want to give away suitcases we'd already given away. So anyway, here's the next 6. Melissa Jones. I left my magnifying thing over there. She's not here? She's sick? Sick people don't need a suitcase? Oh, okay. All right. Nope. Thank you, Luann. So, the next one is Rachel Brockman. I throw these things because I can't catch them. These little slips of paper were the craziest things ever. Leanne Blandon. Do you want to see how tiny this paper is I'm supposed to be reading off of? And it's magnetic, so everything's sticking everywhere. Kathleen Anderson. How many was that I did? The one that the one that's sick, we'll recall? Is that what we did? Hilda Lambert. Yeah, she's not here. I thought she wasn't. Kelly Camacho. And last one. Oh my God. Brenda White. So thank you guys so much. Don't think you're done yet. You've got to go check out, and if you can, I know some might have to go for flights, but there is a fun little project that I know the IELCC thing looks like some kind of bad disease that we're going to give all of you, but it isn't. It's actually a fun thing to tell stories to each other. So, right? So come back if you can, and there is lunch being served. So can we take a mic to our grandmother Linda and have her say grace for the food? And also, okay, no, go say that. What? What did I do now?
She comes and sticks this mic in my face, and I said, "Quit, I'm trying to find my boyfriend's picture." I want to remind people, too, as we leave today, to remember to call your spirit home, to go home with you, so that when you get home, you're all intact and snug as a bug. Because sometimes we leave chunks of ourselves here and there because we get so wrapped up in other people and other things. So I'm going to pray for the food. Creator, grandmothers and grandfathers, I give thanks for this day. I give thanks that we're brought together in a good way to celebrate each other's lives and our similarities, our struggles and our accomplishments. I'm so grateful that we are mentoring our young people so that they can take over the trail that we've been breaking for years. And I have a whole sense of hope and delight that so many young people are stepping up to the plate, because as an old lady, I worry about those things, and I worry about the young people of today. And they always say, Creator, that you've given them all those technological skills, but we have broke the trail and walk it in the spirit of our ancestors. I ask that you bless this food and foster good feelings and good health in all of us, and to remember those that are homeless and hungry, and that they be sent comfort and love and warmth from all of us. Hai kinanaskumten.
That was a little bit fun, wasn't it? Cheers. I'm not sure where they were from, but... I got it.
Taking it with me.
It's not gifts that they were gifted from you. Debbie White, her jacket she came here with, she was going to leave it in her room. And I said, do you think I can gift it to the lady outside? Because 2 weeks ago they burnt. So she goes, because they got a new jacket? Yeah. Like, no, it sounded like the gifts that you gave us. I don't want to return them.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that, but Candy, me to say that to these people, they would immediately thought I'm asking them to give their gifts away.
Oh, okay.
To somebody less fortunate than them, and I didn't want.
That's why I asked Lisa to kind of, but just for that purpose, don't leave it in your room. Like, and I talked to her, and her name's Louise Lebec. Okay. And she told me her story without even me asking her. Yeah. The first day I was here.
Okay.
So when I heard Brenda's just leaving it in her room, I said, no.
Actually, I'm going to reach out to the Red Cross and see if they're doing something
Well,
for her and see what support.
Okay, because they are here with her insurance. She had insurance, but I just didn't want them to.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Miss, I'm taking care of the world, Granny.
Your phone. Oh, don't leave.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You're so very welcome. That's what I wanted. That's what we work hard for.
I have heard you talk in Alberta
Oh, thank you. Sometimes they go, doesn't she ever shut up? No.
I'll just be there cheering you on, lifting you up.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Where are you from?
From Edmonton.
Okay. You should get me, can you send me an email? I need some people from Edmonton to come get involved.
I would love to be involved.
Okay, because we have some Métis local stuff, Métis community stuff going on there, and I need people. Just say I need people.
Yeah, I would love to be involved.
Okay.
And I have some pretty big thoughts too about Métis education. I'm Métis, doing my master's in Indigenous peoples education.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, anytime you need anything.
All right. Thank you. Yes, please do.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even know there was one. Okay.
I'm heading out with her just because we're staying like another week with her here in Ottawa. So, rest for a couple hours with her grandmother's. But it was so nice to meet you.
It was
Hopefully we'll be back next year. And I'm glad she got to experience it a little bit too. And I'm so happy she did.
Beautiful. That's gorgeous.
It looks so nice with her new outfit. We went shopping last night.
Oh my.
So you look all nice. I like it with the purple and the green. It looks nice.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful. And that coat, I love it.
She loves it.
It's like so cuddly.
It's like wearing a blanket. Exactly. Okay, and we'll go say bye to a couple of other people and then we'll go grab our stuff.
Anyway, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. I'm so happy to have been here. It was such a good week. Meeting new people.
I was just curious.
Yes, they said that you have no listening.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't have here.
No, just kidding. I told them that they could come back and do IELCC stories that me and Lisa are doing, but it's just a fun thing. It's
Did you?
One, two, three. 1, 2.
Danse. My name is Victoria Pruden, and I'm coming to you live from the LFMO Otipamswak Women's Forum. It's our last day. We're just wrapping up all the activities of the past 3.5 days, which have been amazing. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Angel Robinson, who has been an attendee here at the forum, and they were just a part of the youth panel that presented. So, Angel, could you give your reflections about your participation here at the Women's Forum?
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. So my name is Angel Robinson. My pronouns are they, them. I come from the Desjardins and Cardinal families from the Red River and Lac-La-Biche, and I traveled today from the territories of the Lekwungen and WSÁNEĆ people. It's my pleasure to be here on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Algonquin people. I have really enjoyed this forum. I think it is so important to bring women and gender diverse people together. Sorry. I think when our women come together and our 2S LGBTQI plus people come together, the world changes.
That's amazing. I'm really interested in your perspective as a 2S LGBTQIA person, advocate, leader. How are we doing in terms of ensuring that there's space for 2S LGBTQIA plus voices? Could you just comment on that?
Yeah, so I think everyone is on a journey. I think it's very early in the process of bringing our 2S LGBTQI plus relatives home and bringing their voices forward. So I really appreciate the way that the women have always stepped up and taken the lead on bringing our people in. I think there's still a long ways to go. I think that we need specific spaces for 2S LGBTQI plus people to share our stories, talk about our realities and our lived experience, and rediscover our roots and our and the significant roles that we have played in our Métis communities, and also look to the future and how 2S LGBTQI plus people can continue to contribute.
Fantastic. And last question. As a participant in the forum this year, what would you like to see happen for next year's forum? If you had a wish list, what would be on it?
That's a great question. I'd really love to see more time, and I know that's a hard thing to ask for when there's limited resources, but I think that we need the time to connect as community, to have ample space to provide our voices. As you could probably remember, there's when the opportunity came up to speak, every table wanted to share what they had talked about. So I think there needs to be more space to come together. I think there needs to be more space for ceremony, more time to gather in a circle so that each one of us can see each other and hear our relatives speak. And also, a very simple one, non-binary washrooms.
Fantastic feedback. Thank you so much for participating in this interview, for being here over the past 3.5, 4 days. Please keep coming back to our forums. Love hearing your voice. Thank you for being here.
Good luck getting rid of me.
Thank you. Danger. Hello, everyone. This is Victoria Pruden coming to you live from the LFMO Otipemisiwak Women's Forum. Joining me, beside me here, is Kathy Berglund. She's been one of our delegates here throughout the 4 days of the event, and I'm so pleased that you're able to take the time to chat with me. So, Kathy, you have a pretty special story about something that happened during your time here at the Women's Forum. Would you like to talk about it?
So, independently, in the middle of the night on Tuesday, I received a text from someone who found me online and said that she was similar last name and that she was looking for her family. Her father is a scoop survivor, and her family has not answered her inquiries about the dad's side. And she was looking for family. And so I said, I will help you. That is my family. And all during this event, we've been communicating. And I'm gonna cry at this part. So I'm going to read the outcome of this as I was connecting her with some BC people and family. And then last night when we went to Parliament and we're walking around taking a break, I got a message from her. And it reads, I also saw so-and-so is your connection. She is my great-great-grandmother. We are pretty closely related. And I replied, yes, the same. You just found me. I am your family. Welcome home. She's excited. She always wanted to know about her dad's side. And I have that family history. And I have the connections to connect her with those that are more closely related. And I responded, I am crying tears of joy. Aw, I'm speechless is her response. Thank you. She sent a picture of her great-grandma. Her great-grandma and my great-grandma were sisters. And there is some shared story there. But she has been found. And she knows that I have been busy this week. But on Saturday, she will be calling me, and we will get her reunited with the rest of the family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. You know, these family connections, our relatives, that's been a sort of a recurring theme throughout the past 4 days together. Relatives, relations, finding connections, finding out how we're related. What has this experience been like, being a part of this group of 200 plus Métis women? How have you found the experience of us all being together in the same room?
I have a large family on both sides, and I'm well connected. But this is actually one of my few Métis events that I have come to. We never denied that we weren't Métis, but I was invited to come when I found out on Monday, and I was excited. And it's been fabulous. I love meeting people. I love meeting new people. And I love being connected to family and the heritage and learning about that. And I think when women are united, it doesn't matter where in the world, who you are, what's your background. When women are united and not divided, we can do incredible things. And we're going to do some incredible things.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for taking the time to participate in an interview and share that beautiful experience that you had. We really hope that we'll see you in future years at the forum. What do you think about that? Will you be back again?
Any chance I get, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Signing off from the Métis Women's Forum.
stand nice and close together and look at the camera. You okay?
Blue again, I think.
Sorry.
I've got an elder to interview after Maddie.
Pardon me?
I have an elder I'd like to interview after Maddie.
Okay. Hey, how's that? Ooh, sorry. How's that? Okay. Sorry. I just blinded them. Okay, and I'm going to give you a countdown.
Hello, Tanse. This is Victoria Pruden coming to you live from the LFMO Otipemswak Women's Forum 2022. It is my pleasure to be able to do an interview with Maddie Pilon, who is one of our amazing delegates here at the forum. So Maddie, what is really striking you today? It's our last day. We've been together for this amazing experience. What have been some of the highlights for you?
Oh, there's so many. Yeah, I'm Maddie Tansay, Region 6 in Ontario at Highland Waters Métis Council. Just the first thing that comes to mind, because we are in the middle of lunch right now and I'm on my way out, I got some beautiful swag from the LFMO, is being able to share meals with everyone. Coming to a gathering and be able to spend 5 days together and learning about other people, connecting with other youth and elders and my aunties, sitting at a table full of my aunties and eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 5 days straight has been really fun. And getting to be last night was really great. And then in terms of the forum itself, I learned so much over the past 4 or 5 days. And I got to hear from so many people that I look up to as well. Some people that I didn't think I would be able to meet in person, especially through COVID. I was like, I've met all these people online and now finally get to meet them in the flesh, find out how tall everybody is in person. That's been really great. And it's just a really warm and welcoming environment of women. So it's been amazing.
Fantastic. So we've gone over a lot of really interesting topics, issues, presentations, some really prominent Métis women sharing their thoughts and ideas. What was one presentation that you were really inspired by?
So many of them. Today there were some really great presentations, but on I think it was the first night or second day, having Jean here, Jean Taille, was really cool. Actually, on our first night when we were all sitting and eating when we first got here, Jean came and sat right next to me. So getting to speak with her before her presentation and then having her not only do her keynote presentation, but also being able to chime in throughout some other presentations and share her wisdom was really nice. And her book was a book that was gifted to me by my dad, and he's like, we're in this book, here's this book. And so being able to meet her and talk to her was really special.
That's amazing. I'm so glad that meeting Jean was a real highlight for you at the Women's Forum. If you had a wish for something that we could explore at next year's forum, are there any issues, topics, things that are close to your heart that you'd like to see next year?
Many topics were covered, I think, and we talked about it today. Bringing the youth up at the beginning of the conference would be so great. Just as a youth, I'm not going to be a youth for much longer, but even for the youth to be able to connect with each other at the beginning of the conference, and maybe having some separate youth activities throughout the conference as well. And I always love hearing from elders as well. So having elders do presentations if they're comfortable would be really great. Or an elders room where we can go and we can spend time with elders outside of like this conference area would be great as well.
Those are really amazing suggestions and things that hopefully we can bring into reality for next year. And will you be hoping to join us at future forums?
If I'm invited, I would love to come. Yes, I'd love to be back.
Thank you so much, Maddie, and thanks for taking the time to share your thoughts and your experience with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Where are we gonna go in front of this thing? All right. Whose camera? Oh, hold on. I put my glasses on. My hair looks funny. What? Yeah, I gotta do something. Hold on. Take it out of here. Oh, shoot.
Danse, this is Victoria Pruden, and I'm so happy to be joining you from the LFMO Otipemswak Women's Forum. I'm really honored to have this beautiful lady beside me, Vina, who has agreed to be interviewed about her experiences here at the forum. Vina, could you let us know what community you've come from?
I come from Bonnyville, Region 2, but I live near Dewberry, Alberta. And but that's our region, Region 2. And I was born and raised on the Métis settlement, Fishing Lake Métis settlement. And I'm just so happy to be here.
That is wonderful. So we're here. We've made it through 2 years of COVID and the pandemic, and we're finally able to travel again. We're able to be here in person. What have been some of the best moments about being Métis women together at this conference?
Wow, it was just amazing. It was so powerful to see all these women together and the positivity that was here. Never ever, in all the days we've been here, never ever felt any negativity. just positive, and they build you up. You feel so good, and I just loved every minute of it. Made me feel at home with all the women and the things that we talked about, the things that are going to happen for the women. And there was an elder that once told me that when women and men are like the wings of an eagle, equal as the wings of an eagle, that's when we'll have peace on earth. Yeah.
That is a beautiful teaching.
Yeah, and I'll never forget that, because I thought, look at this. You know, the women are starting, you know, they're so smart. There's so many smart women here and brave, and, you know, and it's amazing. And I thought, wow, you know, what the elder told me, I think it's happening. I think it's happening. And then, like, with the climate change and, you know, the things that we're trying to stop doing things. And my mom, like, she knew, like, I think she was, you know, like, she was born before her time, because she said, you know, the water, she always talked about the water, you know, the clean water. And she's, you know, we couldn't waste water, or, you know, or put garbage anywhere, because she always said, you know, someday water's going to be worth its weight in gold, the way things are going. So she knew that, you know, we were not taking care of the water like we should have, when the oil companies and that came into the settlement, and, you know, they were draining the water, using too much of it. So she knew that something was going to happen with the water, and she talked about it all the time, about the oil companies using all the water and stuff, and digging down, you know, in the earth. And she said they hit water veins, like, because there's water veins there. And she said, and that wrecks the people's wells and everything else that's there. So yeah, she was worried about that. And I thought, wow, you know, I remember her saying that. And I think she was probably here, her spirit was probably here with me, because that came into my head, and she must have said that like 50 years ago. But I remembered it when we started talking about the land and the water, and, you know, like, it was amazing. And I thought about what the elder told me years and years ago. I thought of that when I seen all these women here, and all working together with the youth. And wow, it was just so powerful. And I'm going to go home loaded with information and a warm heart, because of what I'm so proud to be a part of this, you know, with all these wonderful women.
That is amazing, Vina. Thank you so much. Now, before I let you go, if you were going to come back next year, do you have any hopes or wishes for things that we could do next year?
Well, I would just like to see how far we've got. You know, like what, like, it's easy to write down things on, you know, on a piece of paper and that, but it's going to be so interesting to see if we even moved ahead a little bit, you know, because it took us 100 years to get here where we are today. So even if we move forward a little bit, I think we've done, you know, a good job here this year. And I'm so excited to see what next year brings, and how, you know, how things are going to be different next year, and what we all got done.
That is amazing, Vina. Great suggestion. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at next year's forum as well. So thank you, merci, Kananaskumtin. Thank you for being part of this and for doing the interview. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, hi.
Danse, this is Victoria Pruden. I'm coming to you from the LFMO Otipemisiwak Women's Forum, and I am delighted to have an amazing woman standing here beside me, Brenda White, who traveled all the way from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, here to Ottawa, Ontario, and has been a delegate at our Women's Forum for the past 4 days. Brenda, how did you find the forum?
Very informative. I love seeing a lot of younger women here. It's refreshing. They bring so many new ideas, and they also look for the wisdom of us older gals. So as always, it's been a great experience.
It's fantastic. Is there? We've talked about so many important issues at the Women's Forum. Is there any one topic or presentation that you found particularly of interest, or something that touched your heart or inspired you?
Definitely Andrew's presentation on the shelters. I will be touching base with him as soon as I get home. That's kind of near and dear to my heart.
That's fantastic. And you're a very vibrant leader, volunteer, someone that does a lot of support in the community at home and regionally and in the province of Saskatchewan. As a woman in leadership, what were some of the benefits of being here as a leader?
Well, there's just so much ideas and interesting takes on things to take home to my group of women who can spread them around. Yeah.
It's amazing. And so I'm hoping that we're going to see you again next year. And so if you come next year, do you have anything that would be on your wish list?
I really wanted to get deeper into the autism reports and also, again, the shelters for battered women. Safe house.
Amazing suggestions. Thank you so much for taking the time, and it's always a pleasure to see you. And so we look forward to joining together with you again very soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Danse, this is Victoria Pruden, and I'm coming to you live from the LFMO Otipemisiwak Women's Forum. I am delighted to have one of our amazing Métis women in leadership standing right beside me, Suzanne Jackson, President of the Métis Nation Ontario Women's Council. Thank you so much, Suzanne, for taking the time for a short interview. So we've been here for 4 days together talking about things that are extremely important for Métis women, to us LGBTQIA plus people, issues of importance to our nation. So what has this experience been like for you?
It's been enlightening, it's been heartwarming, it's been uplifting. There's so much information that was shared and thoughts and opinions from all across the motherland. It was great to see so many women with so many different perspectives participate.
Fantastic. And I'm really curious. We've had a lot of powerful speakers this week and amazing experts. Is there any particular topic or session that kind of lit a fire for you?
Criminal justice is always a hot spot for me. We really need to get in motion and get in place a system that works for our women and girls, our 2S LGBTQ, and the families of our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls.
Absolutely. Now, reflecting on the topics, the things that you're bringing back to your community, to the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council, is there anything on your wish list that you'd like to see us do for the next policy forum?
Again, criminal justice. We can't get enough of that activated in our communities. That and mental health awareness. We've got women that are struggling with mental health issues and homelessness. Like there's, it just all one perpetuates the other.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suzanne. And before I let you go, what was it like for you after, coming through the pandemic, COVID-19, not really being able to have a large women's gathering like this for over 2 years? What was it like being in the room with 200 plus Métis sisters?
What I can say is there was a lot of tears. When we hugged and greeted each other for the first time in so long, there was a lot of tears. So it was wonderful.
Amazing. It really filled our spirit. So thank you, Suzanne. Amazing to spend time with you.
So I just want to say one thing. Victoria and I are rocking our Métis boots.
We've seen some amazing footwear and jewelry and ribbon skirts and regalia. It's been really amazing to be able to enjoy that together and celebrate who we are as Métis women.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. What a wonderful opportunity.
Merci, Suzanne. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.